Yeah. Let me have the witness, please. Let me have the defendants.
Oh, no, I'm just going to start back with this lady.
Miss Sanders, you're not on Zoom yet. Wait a minute, let me see. Okay.
Recording in progress.
All right, let me have the jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
Good morning. Please be seated. The witness remains under oath. Please proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to put the exhibit back up that we were working on. And you can see that on your end.
Yes.
Okay. And again, I think we left off yesterday, and I'm just starting it at 0 again. There we go. Slight delay. Just gonna let it play till the end. All right. Now, I believe we had started talking about that video yesterday. We see a person return to that black BMW. They stop around the front of the car, and then get in.
Yeah.
And we don't know what they were doing at the front of the vehicle, right?
We don't know. They're looking at something.
All right. Now, and I think I may have asked you this already, but because we kind of stopped abruptly, just to make sure we're on the same page, there were no reports that evening that you're aware of car break-ins.
Not to my knowledge, but with car break-ins, a lot of times, we see this a lot, when people do call 911, there could be hours-long wait times because they're considered a low-priority call if it's not actively in progress. Some people, if there's not major damage or anything expensive not missing from their car, they'll choose not to report it just because they don't want to go through the wait. Or maybe they don't even notice that anything important is missing until later.
All right, but not to your knowledge.
Not to my knowledge of that car being reported, no.
All right, and that's something that you would have followed up on, right?
If I'd gotten information on it, yeah.
All right. Now, I also want to show you another video from State's Exhibit 9. And then I will ask you some questions about this video. Going to share my screen again. All right, can you see on your screen the date and timestamp on this video?
It looks like February 25th, 2022 at 22:43 or 10:43.
Okay, and I'm just going to start it at 0. I'll let you watch it and then we can talk about it. All right, and I'm going to stop it at 17 seconds into the video. Did you see the person run by the camera?
Jog, walk, runs. He goes by the camera, yes.
Okay. And I know that you said earlier that if someone wasn't picked up on any of the other cameras that we have used for it, they would have had to come from the Beach Circle area, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again for me.
Earlier when we were talking yesterday, I think it was your position that if someone didn't show up on the VIC cameras that we talked about, the only route they could have come from was past Beach Circle.
Yes.
All right. And the person you just saw running, and I can show it to you again, are you aware of him showing up on any other camera angle?
To right now, just randomly, I can't recall. I viewed a lot of people going through the area.
All right. And that is at 10:43 p.m. And we established yesterday there was some discrepancy in the camera timing.
Correct.
And so shots could have occurred somewhere between 10:27 and 10:31. If there's a 4-minute.
3.5 to 4 minute, yes.
All right. And so that person jogging, running from the scene would be a person of interest as well, right?
I'm going to object to the form of that question, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll rephrase. Would somebody running from the direction where a shooting occurred within 10 minutes of that shooting be considered a person of interest?
I would say it's the totality of the circumstances. Obviously, we looked at anybody whose behaviors were considered unusual, but as you've seen in previous videos, a number of people go jogging through the area, so it's not uncommon to see someone jogging. Anybody that passed through the footprint, we looked at and followed to see what they did in that area around that time, if they've left the area where they were coming from, etc.
All right. And stop my share. All right. Now, I think you also said yesterday that Mr. Williams was easy to follow on the cameras because of his clothing.
It wasn't just Mr. Williams, it was all three of them had distinct clothing.
Okay. And Mr. Williams himself had on bright green pants, right?
Yes, a jumpsuit.
And one of the other gentlemen had on bright red shorts.
Yes.
That doesn't seem like clothing you'd wear if you're out to commit a crime spree, does it?
I have seen and interviewed and encountered people who commit crimes in various clothings, from dresses to skirts, very tight skirts, clothed, not clothed, flip-flops, sandals, sneakers, combat boots, coveralls, underwear. I mean, I've seen a variety of people commit crimes in a variety of clothing. It really is not unusual to see someone wear bright colors. In fact, I've had previous cases where people involved that were committing criminal acts wore bright Lakers gold and purple while in committing an act.
All right, but it's not very stealthy, is what I'm saying.
A person doesn't have to dress in all black to conceal themselves if they're committing a crime. In my 15 years of experience, I've seen people commit crimes in various clothing.
All right, that's fair. Now, we also saw the video of the people who were on the big camera seen turning their heads at around 10:27-ish. And there's no sound on the big cameras, correct?
Correct.
And so we're not positive about what they were reacting to.
No, but given the fact that a gunshot occurs around a similar time frame on the other camera where we do get an audible gunshot, the most likely scenario is that they are reacting to a gunshot being heard.
All right, but those people didn't call the police and say I heard gunshots.
No, they did not.
All right, and we've seen the video. They don't take off running.
No, they do not. But again, in Atlanta, gunshots are not uncommon. A lot of people choose not to get involved for fear of their own safety.
All right. Now, moving on, you obtained, during your investigation, cell phones from several people, correct?
Correct.
All right, and who did you obtain them from?
You're talking about the records or the physical cell phones?
Well, physical first, and then I'll ask about records.
So physical cell phones, the victims, and then upon arrest of Mr. Ross, and then of Mr. Malik Williams.
All right, did you obtain a cell phone from Brandon Williams when he was arrested?
There was no cell phone recovered for Brandon Williams.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go back to the video of Brandon Williams' arrest, but you said you reviewed all the videos in this case?
I've reviewed the videos.
All right. And when Brandon Williams is arrested, he is talking on a cell phone. Is that accurate?
I don't recall.
All right. Well, let me go back to State's Exhibit 103. Sorry, everything takes a little while on my laptop to open. Some sharing was previously been marked as States 103. Get this sound.
Do you have to unmute?
I'm going to see if I can play the sound for you. I'm going to start this video at 6 minutes and 59 seconds. Stamp is not sadly right. Well, I'll start at 6:50. Do I need to unmute for screen sharing? Let me see if that does it. No, there's no sound. Do I need to unmute? Thank you. Teamwork. All right. So now I'm starting at 6 minutes and 56 seconds.
Man, get my phone, man. Get my phone, man.
I don't think you're gonna be needing that for
Man, I don't, man, what you talking about?
I'm going to pause it at 7:03. That's Mr. Williams saying, get my phone, correct?
I don't know which individual that is.
And starting back at 7:03.
Cut this off. I'll be waiting for you. What's your kiss? No, he just.
Why you take the game?
Which I see. Yep.
Man, what y'all in the room for?
Yeah, just put it.
Hey, let me get that phone. Let me get that phone. Put that phone in my pocket. Man, it's great.
Pause again at 7:33. Now you can see Mr. Williams on camera, correct?
Well, because he's got a hood on, I can't definitively say, based on this footage, whether or not that is him.
So you don't recognize the person in the video as Brandon Williams?
Well, I wasn't on scene. I'm looking at a body camera footage. Your client is partially concealed with the hoodie on it, or the mask on his head and lower chin area. I mean, I can't definitively say who they have detained because there were several people in there and they pulled a lot of people out. So I can't definitively say that at this point in this video that this is Brandon Williams without watching the whole rest of the video and having them stand still.
All right. Well, I am going to start it back at 7:33.
Get that phone, though. Hey, stay on the phone, E. Stay on the phone, E.
And I'm pausing again at 7:42. Although you can identify this person, he is telling someone to stay on the phone. Stay on the phone, E. Right.
Yes, he's saying stay on the phone, E.
All right. Implying that there is a telephone conversation in progress, even though you can't identify this person.
Sure.
Okay. Now, because it was previously marked as State's Exhibit 103, provided by Sergeant O'Hare, I believe. I don't want to get his rank wrong. And he testified that he was arresting Brandon Williams. Would that help you in identifying him in this video?
So when the package goes to fugitive, and in this particular situation, we had 2 arrest warrants at that time. Fugitive does not advise me when they are going to hit a warrant, where they're going to hit a warrant, how they're going to hit a warrant. It's called OPSEC, or operational security. The people who don't need to know the pertinent information don't get the pertinent information relating to their operations, because there have been, unfortunately, leaks within our own department, as I'm sure there is with other departments. So they try to keep their information to themselves. A lot of times in their investigations, it may take several days of tracking an individual before they're able to effect an arrest. And obviously, I can't work 24 hours a day and work on cases and assist other investigators on their cases and be present for the fugitive investigations.
All right. But either way, it's your testimony that you did not recover a phone from Brandon Williams.
I personally did not recover a phone from Brandon Williams, no.
All right. And you never heard of a phone being recovered from Brandon Williams?
I rely on the information that's conveyed to me by the fugitive unit when they conduct their arrests. If I'm not presented with a phone, I'm unaware of a phone.
All right. And the phones that you did recover, you looked at for evidence, right? To see if there was any evidence in those phones.
Correct.
And you didn't find any evidence in any of the phones that you had that there were conversations prior to February 25th of 2022 about meeting up and committing any crimes?
Offhand, I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure.
All right. But that would have been something that was important, right?
If during the investigation, when we looked at it, if there had been a plot to plan to go out and commit crimes and describe in detail crimes, it would have gotten my attention. Now, as we saw with the previous text threads, there's a lot of street slang that out of context may not seem like it's a plot or anything, but it could have been something in there.
All right, but it's something that you would have noted if you had come across that.
If I had detected it, then yes, I would have documented it.
Fair. Now, we talked earlier about, or I think you talked on direct about the day, I believe, after the shooting, you got a search warrant for Mr. Arnold's home.
Correct.
And And that was just, as you said, to cover all your bases, right?
To rule out that he had any suicidal ideations.
All right. Did you ever get a search warrant for Brandon's home?
No, I did not.
All right. And as a homicide detective, would you think that there might be something of evidentiary value at the home of someone you're accusing of murder?
Not necessarily, especially since we had the context that the two of them were on the run and they were going to different locations. It was likely that anything that were at multiple locations may not have been there. We knew that they were already, per information we were receiving, that they were on the run and changing places, changing vehicles they were with, things of that nature.
So you decided not even to look?
No.
All right. You didn't go to Brandon's house to look for a gun or any bloody clothing?
Well, Brandon didn't have any one centralized location that he was going to. No. So we did not go and look at the multiple locations that he may have been going to, like the numerous hotel rooms and things like that. No.
All right. You weren't aware that he was living with his mother?
I'm sorry?
You weren't aware that he was living with his mother?
No, to my knowledge, he was bouncing. He was going from location to location.
But either way, you never searched any of the locations where you thought he might be?
No, we did not.
All right. Now I want to go back to, for a minute, Malik Williams. You obtained an arrest warrant for Malik Williams. Is that correct?
Yes.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Certainly.
I'm going to approach with what I'm going to mark Defense Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what I'm handing you?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it as?
Affidavit for arrest secured through Fulton County Magistrate Court for Malik Williams.
All right. And does that appear to be an accurate copy of that document?
Yes.
All right. I move to admit Defense Exhibit 2 and publish.
No objection.
So admitted, you may publish.
Gotta put my glasses on. Sorry. All right, it should be popping up on the screen. And can you see it in front of you?
Part of it.
All right. I can scroll up. Let me start at the. So here's the top. Can you see that now? There's
Yes.
some box.
Some of it, yes.
I think that box is going to go away in a second. There it is. All right. And so you can see the document marked affidavit for arrest.
Yes.
And first line says personally came and parent.
I'm sorry, say that.
The first sentence is personally came and parent.
Yes.
And end parent is you, correct?
Yes.
All right. And if we look down here, is that your signature showing on the bottom left?
Yes.
And what time and date was that signed by you?
September 14th, 2022.
All right. Now, what time? Let me rephrase that. That's the same day that Shaquan Crawford identified Malik Williams in the lineup, correct?
I don't recall the date that he did the lineup.
Well, let me show you that, which has already been admitted. Are we sure? And can you see on the screen well, as soon as that box goes away, the photo lineup admonition?
Yes, I see the form for the most part, yes.
All right, and I'm just going to scroll down. And can you see the part under photographic lineup identification?
Yes.
And it is, can you read the date and time there?
Looks like 9/14/22.
All right, so that was the same day you obtained the warrant.
Yes.
All right, and it's a little less than 2 hours after the identification.
Yes.
So when you got that identification, you took that and went and got the warrant pretty quickly, correct?
Well, there was information in the case in the, September, let's say almost 7 months from the time of the incident to the time that that lineup occurs. So there's information that has been gathered that we had to further investigate in order to secure enough probable cause for an arrest.
All right, but either way, less than 2 hours between the identification and the warrant.
Sure, yeah.
All right. Now, at some point, Brandon Williams was arrested and you had the opportunity to attempt an interview with him.
Correct.
All right. Before you signed an arrest warrant for Brandon Williams, did you ever try to make contact with him any other way?
No, because we knew he was actively on the run. Because of the communications we were receiving and the information we were receiving, he was actively running, knowing that he was involved in a crime. We don't want to alert him to any additional information because we know that it's going to make it difficult for apprehension. So at that point in our investigation, we had developed enough probable cause for Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross that we were able to secure warrants, and that's the way we bring them in, especially since we believe them to be involved in a serious violent crime.
All right, and so once Brandon Williams is arrested, so we can keep it clear, did you make an attempt to interrogate him?
I did read him his Miranda rights. I spoke to him. He invoked his right to remain silent.
Okay, so he never confessed any crimes to you?
No, he did not confess to me, no.
All right. The only person he supposedly confessed to is Shaquan Crawford?
To my knowledge, that's the only one that has come forward and said that he personally confessed to committing the act to him.
All right. Now, we see in all these videos there's a third person. We've been referring to him as Taboo.
Mm-hmm.
And after you discovered that Malik Williams wasn't even in the city of Atlanta at the time of this crime, what did you do to try to identify Taboo?
So what's important, and I'm glad you brought that up, what's important here to note is when we took Mr. Williams into custody and we came and spoke to him, we read him his same Miranda rights as we did to Mr. Williams, Mr. Ross, and asked him if he wished to speak to police about the situation. And he more than willingly wanted to speak to us to provide his alibi for where he was.
And I want to object as non-responsive. I didn't ask you anything about Malik Williams.
Well, no, I'm getting to the answer of your question because you wanted to know how we got done with Malik Williams and how we focused on how we identified the other Taboo, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when we brought him in for questioning to speak to him upon the arrest, because we did obtain the arrest warrant for him based on the investigation we had at that time, he also brought in his cell phone that was recovered with him and provided to me, and was telling us, please look at my cell phone. I was not there. And it's the same technology and review that puts Mr. Ross and Mr. Williams on scene of the crime. That's the same technology that was actually used to exonerate Malik Williams from being at that location. So we were able to confirm his account that he was not there at the time, and he was in fact in Macon. And at that point, we reached to the DA's office and let him know the updates in the situation, and they went ahead and proceeded as they did.
Well, I don't think that answered my question at all. What did you do to try to identify the person? Once you found out that Malik Williams was not the person, what did you do to try to identify that third person?
So we went back and we were actively working through the investigation, and it was determined that the third person was, I believe his name was Amir Rosario. He was identified as the third person, and he had been shot and killed in May.
Okay. And I want to approach again with, what I want to mark as Defense Exhibit 3. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
Looks like a state corrections photo, and I believe that's Amir Rosario.
All right. I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 3 and publish.
No objection.
So admitted, you may publish.
And I apologize, I'm not as smooth as Ms. Jones-Connor with these exhibits. All right, there we go. All right, and once that bar goes away, so you were able to identify the third person we see in these videos as Amir Rosario.
Down the road, yes, down the road.
All right. And before we get into that, I just want to back up to something you said earlier. When you said that the technology that placed Brandon at the scene was the same that you used to prove that Malik Williams was not at the scene. When we talk about cell phone location, how many feet or how many yards or hundreds of feet?
So I couldn't testify to that because I'm not a cell phone expert.
Okay. So when you're saying they were in the area, the cell phone expert has to testify about that.
Correct. He could tell you, and from my understanding, it varies from location to location on how strong a signal is. But I think that in some circumstances, it can be very short amount of distance. Some circumstances, it can be a larger amount of distance. But again, you would have to talk to someone that's a cell phone expert that can tell you about that particular location.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Now, so at some point, you've identified Amir Rosario as Taboo.
Correct.
And you've got a phone number for him.
Correct.
And I believe you sent a subpoena to Verizon for information on that number.
I believe so.
Did you get any response from that subpoena?
Honestly, I don't recall.
Okay. Did you, and you mentioned that Taboo was killed. Do you know any of the circumstances of that?
I do not.
Okay. And briefly, I would like to talk to you about Mr. Crawford.
Okay.
And again, very briefly. Mr. Crawford told you, according to your report, that he no longer hung out with Taboo because he was unpredictable.
I think that's taken a little out of context. During my conversations with Mr. Crawford, he stated that he was not as close with Taboo as he was the other defendants, because for some reason or another, they really just didn't get along that well.
All right, but he knew who he was.
Not as sure as he was with Brandon Williams and Demetrius Ross.
All right, but he had met him at some point.
You met him at some point.
Okay. And just for clarification, I want to there was no DNA was recovered that could be matched to anyone in this case.
No. The only source DNA that we had, we tested, and it did not return any leads.
All right, there was no firearm recovered.
There was no firearm recovered. It was likely taken with the shooter when they left.
All right, hang on one second. All right, thank you.
Ma'am?
Holly.
Do you want these? Okay.
Oh, it's asking for a break.
Your Honor, I have a break right now.
You need a break?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break.
I feel like we're matching.
Oh, you guys are matching.
Oh, wow. I think she was in the closet with me this morning.
I couldn't figure out what
May I have a jury, please?
Recording in progress.
I guess. That makes sense.
Please be seated. Please continue.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you this morning?
I am doing well. Now, at some point, it was determined that you would be the lead investigator.
I'm sorry. Say that again for me.
At some point, it was determined that you would be the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And how is that determined?
So in the city of Atlanta, there's a number of homicides that occur throughout the year. So there's a number of detectives, and it varies from year to year how many are assigned to homicide. And then you go in a rotation. So as one person catches a case, they go to the bottom of the rotation. The next one gets the next assigned case, and so forth.
Okay. So when you initially responded to the scene on February the 26th, you were aware that you would be the lead investigator at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this incident took place on the Beltline?
Yes.
All right. And the Beltline, it's a pretty busy place, isn't it?
It depends on what segment and what time of day and what day of the week.
Okay. Typically, the weekends might be a little bit busier than the weekdays.
Sure.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on the scene, you did see Mr. Thomas Arnold. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he had his phone on him,
Yes.
his wallet,
Yes.
his watch,
Yes.
ID,
Yes.
credit cards,
Yes.
cash,
Yes.
insurance cards.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And it didn't appear that anything was taken from him.
That's correct.
All right. You also at some point went to Mr. Arnold's house
Yes.
and you saw his car located at the house.
Yes.
At some point, when you were on the scene, you were approached by Sydney Ward.
Yes.
And you were approached by Steve Carlin. I apologize.
Yes.
Okay. And when this incident happened, it pretty much immediately went out to the news. Is that right?
Are you talking about a press conference, or are you talking about the news arriving on scene to report that an incident had occurred?
Just information about this incident going out to the news.
So we actually didn't provide information to the media until the press conference. The media listened. They listen to our, police channels just as anyone else can. Download an app. You can listen to the police channels and the scanners, and they listen out for anything that they deem significant to report on.
Okay. And so they probably would have gotten that immediately.
I'm assuming so.
Okay. And at some point, you did go to the home of Mr. Thomas Arnold.
Yes.
Okay. And you were let into the home. Was it either by Sydney Ward or Steve Carlin? I apologize.
I honestly don't remember who physically opened the door.
But there was somebody.
There was somebody from the family, yeah.
Somebody that opened the door.
Somebody related to him, yes.
Okay. Okay. Was there any body cam of the entry into Mr. Arnold's home?
I don't remember. I was in plain clothes. Per our policy, you're not required to wear your body camera when you are not in uniform.
If there was any body cam video, would it have been supplied to the state?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anybody else that went with you to that home?
Another detective, I believe.
Okay. And he could have had his body camera on?
Again, I don't know if he was wearing his body camera in plain clothes or not.
Now, we kind of touched base on this, but there was information that was released to the news.
Yes.
Okay. And when that information was initially released to the news, you did receive just phone calls of information that they may have had on the incident.
I'm sorry, I missed that first part of your question.
When there was the news release of this situation happening, you did receive phone calls of people wanting to report any information they may have had on this case.
So it comes in various formats. Sometimes it's direct phone calls to our office. Sometimes it's Crime Stoppers. It just depends.
But there were phone calls that came in.
Yes, throughout the course of the investigation, yes.
Was there also, you said Crime Stoppers. When you say that, are you saying that Crime Stoppers contacts you, or
They
how does that
contact
work?
us. So the person will call, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to keep it clear for the record. We can't talk over each other, so I apologize. So go ahead about Crime Stoppers.
So there's a Crime Stoppers tip line. I think they call it Crime Stoppers of Greater Atlanta. And it's a tip line. And the person makes contact with Crime Stoppers either by phone or email, or I think they have text ability now. And then that information is then passed on to whatever investigator, and it can be used for a myriad of investigations.
Okay. And in those phone calls or the information that you received, you learned that there was surveillance video.
Yes, yeah. We had a number, but prior to us going out and getting the media involved in that aspect, we had already conducted a canvass of that location.
Okay. But you did receive phone calls of individuals stating that they may have heard a gunshot.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at some point, there was a reward that was put out for any information that you all may have been given, or for someone to come forward with any information on what may have happened.
Yeah, especially when Crime Stoppers gets involved, they'll put up some sort of reward. And then in some cases, the family might contribute, family or friends might contribute to any kind of reward that might be out there.
And was this a case where the family contributed to the award?
Now, I don't know how or who contributed and how much. It all goes through Crime Stoppers and the Police Foundation, so I'm not sure who contributed what. They leave us out of that aspect. Okay.
But you are still working on the case?
I'm sorry?
You're still working on the case throughout all of this, any rewards that go out or any news releases that go out. You're still working on the case.
Yeah, actually, I'm not made aware of where the reward goes up to, or what they either set a set amount, or they don't give me that information till later.
Okay, but eventually they do give you the information?
Yes.
Okay. So are you aware that the reward did increase to $35,000?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Now, on March the 10th, I believe it was, that is when there was, I guess, a news release that included a photo of persons of interest.
Correct.
Okay. That news release, it also included a photo or video, I could be wrong, of individuals entering into a BMW?
I don't recall if we put that on there. I know that we had images of numerous people, so the trio that made contact with the BMW and the persons, I believe, that heard the sound and then trying to seek the owner of the BMW.
Okay, so I suppose there were images of this BMW and also a request for anybody who owned the BMW to come forward with any information that they may have.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after this media release, you received I won't say you personally received, but you became aware that there was somebody that may have had information on the case.
There was a couple, I believe. I'll need you to be more specific.
Shaquan Crawford, did he come forward?
He did not come directly to us. He approached a police officer in Hateville and initiated contact there.
Okay. But eventually, you were able to speak with Mr. Shaquan Crawford.
Yes.
Okay. And this was on March the 10th, 2022?
That sounds about right. I'm not, there's so many dates, I'm not exactly sure if that's the date.
I know. Would it refresh your recollection to see your police report?
Sure.
Okay. This is page 20.
Okay, March 10th.
Okay, so did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
All right, so it was about March 10th that Mr. Crawford came forward with information that he may have had regarding this case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this conversation with Mr. Crawford, do you remember, was it any audio or video recording?
The initial contact, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay. If there was any audio or video recording, it would have been provided to the state?
Yes.
And because you're not sure, essentially you are relying on your report of what Mr. Crawford said.
Yes. So when I speak to someone, I actively take notes, and then from those notes, transcribe it into my report.
Okay. Do you have your notes with you?
No.
Okay. And you would agree that just having just audio or video recording, it may be a little bit more accurate of what somebody said.
Sure.
Okay. You might be able to hear just kind of how they were responding to questions, if there were any shakiness in their voice, if there is anything like that.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Well, she interviewed him, so she would.
All right, I would give you some latitude overrule.
I think it would depend on the context of the situation. Certainly, Mr. Crawford was concerned for his safety in coming forward in information regarding a murder investigation. So if, in my opinion, I didn't believe that he was visibly shaken, if you will. He did express concern, but it wasn't something that I think that he was terrified necessarily.
Okay. And so, hearing his statements, that was part of the reason that you did ultimately take out warrants for Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross?
His statements were part of the investigation. It gave us information as far as a lead, and then, of course, had to take the necessary investigative steps to either confirm or dispel. Because I'm sure you're aware, there's numerous people that call in tips that can be wrong, which is why we have to be thorough and investigate information that's given to us.
But from at that time, the information that you received from Mr. Crawford, your perception of the way you took it, you didn't think that he was wrong.
I didn't have reason to believe that the information was given to me falsely. We took it merely as a lead and then conducted the necessary steps based on the information that we received to further investigate it, which is why we didn't initially take out warrants upon just getting that information alone. Okay. We took the necessary steps to look into what the information he provided and further investigate it.
Okay. And so he came forward March 10th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Williams, he was arrested on March the 12th, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when the warrants were taken out?
I don't know what day I took the warrants out.
Okay. But it would have had to been sometime between.
Sure.
Okay. The 10th and the 12th. Now, at some point, I apologize. At some point, Mr. Crawford was shown a photo or shown photos of suspects or people of interest. Is that correct?
We did conduct a photo lineup. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes, we conducted a photo lineup.
Okay, so you did a lineup that included Mr. Williams?
Yes, we did one separate one for Mr. Williams, one separate one for Mr. Ross.
Okay. Now, if your memory is correct, was it one photo or was it 6 photos?
It's 6 photos.
Okay. So you showed Mr. Crawford a 6 photo lineup of Mr. Williams?
And then a 6 photo lineup of Mr. Ross. And I personally didn't show it because I created the lineup. We ask another detective to present it to him so that there's no implications of bias.
Okay. When you say implications of bias, can you kind of tell me what?
So you don't want to be anything to be considered suggestive of a lineup. You want them to receive it from someone else who didn't create it, so they don't know who the individual is that you were investigating. You pick images of or that look similar to the person you're investigating, and they have to decide of the 6 photos which one is the one that they're attempting to identify. And that way, since you have another investigator present it, they don't know who is the actual suspect.
Now, if I were to tell you that you only showed Mr. Crawford a photo of one individual in regards to Mr. Ross and one individual in regards to Mr. Williams, would that refresh your recollection of exactly what was showed to him?
Which meeting are we talking about in particular? 6 photo lineup or?
Right. So Mr. Crawford at some point did an identification. Is that correct?
He did it with, I think, Detective Hulse.
Okay. And so you just testified that it was a 6-person lineup. Is that correct?
6 photo lineup, yes.
Okay. If I were to show you in your report that it was only one photo that was showed to Mr. Williams and one photo, I'm sorry, let me back up. If it were shown to you that there was only one photo that was shown to Mr. Crawford regarding Mr. Williams and only one photo that was shown to Mr. Ross regarding Mr. Williams, would that reflect your recollection?
Well,
for the record, can we get some clarification as to which Mr. Williams? There's a Malik Williams.
I apologize. Brandon Williams.
are we still referring to the 6 photo lineup? That's what I'm wondering. Is that what we're referring to?
Yes, so you said there was a 6-photo lineup.
Correct. So when we do 6-photo lineups, because we don't have the best equipment in the city of Atlanta sometimes when it comes to like copiers and things like that, there's 6 individually large printed photos. So there will be one photo on each page, and they're presented in a packet.
Okay. So would it refresh your recollection if you saw the supplemental incident report that you completed of exactly what was shown to Mr. Crawford?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so we're not talking about a 6-photo lineup in this.
Correct.
Okay. So that's something completely different.
Okay, so what was shown to Mr. Ross? I'm sorry, what was shown to Mr. Crawford of Mr. Ross?
Mr. Crawford had identified Brandon Williams and Demetrius Ross based on his known familiarity. When you have someone that knows someone and is able to describe them in context and provide you the information regarding their background, how well they know someone, then you know that there's a familiarity there, and you can confirm that with them.
Okay, but it was a single photo of Brandon Williams that was showed to Mr. Crawford,
Yes, in that instance, yes.
and it was a single photo of Mr. Demetrius Ross that was showed to Mr. Crawford.
Yes, he had already identified them before then.
Okay.
And he had recognized them from the photo images that were sent to him from Mr. Williams in relation to the media footage when they had identified themselves.
Backing up a little bit, you said they identified themselves?
Yes, so in communications that was going on with Shaquan Crawford, there was text communications stating that they were a part of that and sent him the photo from the media. And that's how he even knew that there was even a story about the situation.
Okay. Just to clarify, were there any messages sent from Mr. Ross to Mr. Crawford?
I don't know if there was any communication directly to Shaquan Crawford from Demetrius Ross at that exact moment in time. But I do know that there was communications coming from directly from Brandon Williams describing the events.
And when you say describing the events, we saw the exhibits that I believe it was 97A. I could be wrong. Previous exhibits that were presented through the state, there were messages between Mr. Crawford and Mr. Williams.
Correct.
Okay. In those messages, he only sent a picture of the incident.
There were some texts as well.
Okay.
And then Mr. Crawford advised that he had numerous phone conversations that occurred.
Okay. But those texts, they did not say, let me scratch that. You said there were communications or phone conversations between Mr. Crawford and Mr. Williams.
Correct.
Okay. You don't know what the context of those phone conversations were.
I'm only providing context from Mr. Crawford as to the content of the conversation that he personally had in a private conversation with Mr. Williams.
Okay, but it's not something that you can verify.
No.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that it was brought to your attention that Mr. Ross had purchased guns or something of that nature?
Mr. Crawford stated that Mr. Ross, per Brandon Williams, that Mr. Ross did not have a felony conviction and was able to purchase guns, and that he purchased guns at pawn shops, and that he gave a gun to use to Mr. Williams.
Okay. In this statement, it would have been somewhere in your police report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point in your police report, you would have indicated that Mr. Williams told Mr. Crawford that Mr. Ross purchased guns because he didn't have any felony conviction.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to show you your police report, because your police report, it's a thorough report, correct?
Yes.
Of all the information that you are provided, correct?
Yes.
In the investigation of this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This incident happened in 2022, is that right?
Yes.
3 years ago, right?
Yes.
All right. I want you to look through your police report and show me where Mr. Williams told Mr. Crawford that Mr. Ross was purchasing guns because he didn't have, or he wasn't a convicted felon.
Okay. You got a minute?
I got a minute. I
Okay.
got all the minutes.
For time purposes, do you want us to direct her to a page?
No, I want her to go through the report.
Page 44.
Okay. What does it say?
Witness 1 advised Brandon Williams was claiming to be the shooter of Arnold. Williams told Witness 1 that he and Ross and Malik Williams were together at the time of the shooting. Witness 1 advised that Brandon Williams stated that he used Demetrius Ross's gun. Witness 1 stated that Ross had no felony convictions and bought guns from pawn shops. Witness 1 stated that Ross let Brandon Williams use his gun to shoot victim Arnold.
And so at that point, did you inquire as to any pawn shops that Mr. Ross may have gone to?
No. They don't do ballistics at pawn shops.
But if he purchased any guns, would he have any guns registered in his name?
Not necessarily in Georgia, no.
But they do register guns in your name. Is that correct?
No, actually, with resales of guns, they're a little different. So if you purchase a gun at a box store like Academy Sports and Outdoors, that's the initial sale of the gun. And you fill out the paperwork, it's just as you would at any authorized firearms dealer. You sign the ATF forms acknowledging statements, that you're capable of, you don't have any convictions, you're not involved in any domestic violence investigations. On the initial purchase, my understanding is that information is shown as a purchaser. Now, when it comes to pawn shops or even third-party dealers, if I was to sell a gun to you, because I'm not a firearms dealer, I'm not required to report that I sold that gun to you and verified your identity and did a background check on you. Pawn shops are in a different category. So what they do when they receive a gun is they run it with a serial number and to see if that serial number has been reported stolen. And then when they sell it, they sell basically as they would sell an item. If that has a serial number, the serial number was sold to an individual. But there's no ballistics. When a gun is sold brand new, there's always a shell casing that's in the gun box that's sold with it, showing that a test was performed. But you don't necessarily get that with a pawn shop because someone's bringing an item. It may not have all of the parts included.
Okay. And so, I guess if there was a gun that was registered to Mr. Ross, not necessarily through a pawn shop, but through the, I guess, normal way of purchase, is that correct? It would have come back on his record.
Not necessarily. So if I purchase a gun from you, there won't be any record of it. If I purchase it from a store and then sell it to someone else, there's no record of that. So you can get guns in Georgia from various different avenues. And the only notification or the only evidence that someone purchased a gun when they purchased from a pawn shop is a purchase receipt. So if we had had any knowledge of one of the thousands of pawn shops that are in the area, then obviously we would have asked for a pawn receipt if we had known a particular firearm, which we would have had to have a serial number on to find if that was sold to Mr. Ross to begin with before he, in what we were informed of, had this gun.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Crawford if he had any information on any specific pawn shops?
No, we did not ask him if he knew which particular pawn shops that Mr. Ross frequents at. That was not something that he stated to me that they had had conversations regarding where he shops.
Thank you.
And it is possible for a gun to be registered to somebody and for you to be able to find that registration.
It depends on the circumstances and what state you're in. In Georgia, it's not as easily accessible as in a more gun restrictor state such as California or New York.
But it is accessible.
Sometimes, not always.
But it is accessible.
Sometimes, not always.
And by sometimes, that means that it is accessible.
Only if it was purchased under certain circumstances. In the state of Georgia, you're not required to register a firearm. Therefore, it allows people to purchase from third parties.
But either way, let's not go round and round. If it was registered, you would have found it on his history of gun ownership.
Not necessarily. That's the thing. I mean, I see where you're going, and I see where you're going with this. But the thing is that with firearms, there's not always a record of it, especially in Georgia.
Okay. But there are records.
In some fashion, there are records.
I'm gonna object to ask.
All right, let's move on, please.
Now, Mr. Ross, he was arrested on March the 16th of 2022.
That sounds about correct.
All right. And he was arrested in the morning.
I don't recall the time when fugitive made the arrest.
Would it refresh your recollection if you just saw kind of a screenshot of the arrest?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that's him.
Okay. And that's about 10:25 a.m.
Yes.
And so, do you know whose home that belonged to?
No, I don't. I don't know whose home that he was in. Per my recollection, no, that would have been part of the fugitive investigation.
Okay. Did you ever obtain a search warrant for Mr. Ross's home?
No,
Did you ever obtain a search warrant for Mr. Ross's mother's home?
no. And the big reason here is we knew they were on the run and moving from location to location, per the information we were receiving from Mr. Crawford, to include hotel rooms.
Okay. But where you found him at, you never obtained a search warrant for that location.
For the location that fugitive found him at, we did not obtain a search warrant for that location.
And you did not search Mr. Ross's vehicle?
No, I never located Mr. Ross's vehicle.
And in regards to just this incident in general, you never found a gun that in relation to this incident?
No.
Okay. And the gun, I'm sorry, there was no information or anything in regards to the shell casings that you found or
The shell casing that was recovered on the crime scene, when it was analyzed by the firearms experts, had determined that there was no previous shootings that that particular gun had been involved in. And to my knowledge, there has been no additional incidents that that gun has been involved in.
Okay. Now, at some point, you collected the phone of Mr. Ross.
I was provided it by the U.S. Marshals and the fugitive unit.
Okay, but it would have been collected after his arrest.
It would have been collected at the time of his arrest.
At the time of his
and
arrest.
then provided to me.
And his arrest, as we have looked at, would have been on March 16th at around 10:25 a.m.
Yes.
And what is the typical procedure after you receive a suspect's phone?
So when we receive a suspect's phone, we obtain a search warrant to search the contents of the phone, send it up to our cyber crimes lab where their technicians hook the phone up to whatever device it is. I couldn't tell you what it is. And then they go through the process to extract the information and then put it into a format that I'm able to easier to read.
Do they turn the phone off?
Do they turn it off? I don't know what they do during the processing of the phone, to be honest with you.
Okay. But you received the phone on July the 1st of 2022?
Are you talking about I received the contents of the phone or the physical phone?
The contents of the phone.
If it's in the report as on that date, then yes.
Okay, so July 1st, 2022.
That would have been, I guess, when I received the contents of the download, yes.
Yes. And you were pretty thorough when going through that phone?
Yes.
All right. You went through the phone calls.
Yes.
You went through all of his previous web searches.
Yeah.
Any prior text messages.
Looking for anything connected, yes.
Photos that were in the phone.
Yeah, anything that would have been related.
Okay. Videos in the phone.
Yeah, anything that would have been related.
Locations in the phone.
No, not the locations. I can't interpret the location data.
Okay. Okay. And you wouldn't have altered his phone in any way?
No.
Okay. You wouldn't have used his phone in any way?
No.
Wouldn't have taken any pictures with his phone?
No.
And you wouldn't expect for anybody who actually extracted the phone to have done those things either?
No, I don't believe that they would have intentionally done anything like that.
But you did go through all of those contents of his phone?
I went through the contents of his phone looking for things that were related to the investigation.
When you went through the contents of his phone, you didn't see any interactions with Mr. Shaquan Crawford?
I don't recall seeing something directly related to Shaquan Crawford off the top of my head.
But if there were any contact with Shaquan Crawford, it would have been noted?
It would have been in my report, yes.
And now you, as the state brought out, there was a picture that Mr. Ross had on his phone that appeared to be from, I guess, a news report still shot.
Okay.
Is that right? You saw that picture?
I'm just going to be 100% with you. I saw the picture during the course of my testimony. I don't recall which person's phone we're referencing at this time. I just know we've seen the communications where the image was used in the course of the conversations that were occurring with Shaquan Crawford. I don't recall which particular phone that we testified to that image coming from.
If it were, I guess, would it just refresh your recollection to see the image?
Yeah, I mean, if we've got it, yeah, if we got the context of it, we know, and whatever we have shows the context that it was pulled from one particular phone, we might be able to discern which phone it came from.
Okay. But I guess at this time, you're not sure if it came from, whose phones are you not sure it came from?
Well, I know the communication was occurring. I cannot recall specifically what images were shared from whose phone to Mr. Crawford. When he's at this point in time, what you're telling me, I cannot recall which, or if not both of them were sharing the images. I just recall that images were shared with Mr. Crawford during the course of trying to get assistance from Mr. Crawford. I know that he was in direct communication with Mr. Williams, and that Mr. Williams conveyed to him that he was in communication with Mr. Ross, and that they were looking for assistance from Mr. Crawford.
Okay, but I guess if there were any communications between Mr. Crawford and Mr. Ross, it would be in Mr. Ross's phone.
Assuming that he used that phone and didn't have a burner phone. There were a couple burner phones, so the ones you go and buy at the store that start fresh, you don't have to go to a cell phone company. I do believe there were a couple burner phones used in this investigation.
You never found any burner phones on Mr. Ross?
Whatever phone we recovered that the fugitive recovered at the time of his arrest was the only phone that I have. Now I know that during the course of the investigation, I believe there's the cell phone tech that's going, or the cell phone expert can further describe what phone services, if it was a pay as you go or if it's a subscriber based kind of thing.
Okay. Now, just going to specifically the extraction of Mr. Ross's phone is what I'm focused on. You mentioned during the state's direct that there was a Channel 2 news search.
Yes.
Okay. That news search, it didn't show the details of exactly what was searched.
No.
Okay. And you couldn't see from that news search if there were, well, scratch the news search, just in his phone in general, there was no specific search for the Beltline.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think at this point we're into the best evidence. The phone extraction in its entirety has been entered in under States 134.
What is your point?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going into, because they introduced the evidence of the Channel 2 news.
I gave you some latitude. You may continue.
Okay. No searches for the Beltline.
I don't recall any searches specifically searching the Atlanta Beltline.
Okay. No searches specifically for Thomas Arnold.
No search specifically for Thomas Arnold.
Okay. No searches for a shooting that occurred on the Beltline.
That one I'm not 100% sure on.
But the records have been admitted and the jury will be able to see if there were any searches for that.
Correct.
Okay. And again, Mr. Ross, he was arrested on March 16th around 10:25 a.m.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And so he would not have had access to his phone after that day.
Correct.
And so there was, let me scratch that. You went through his phone, Mr. Ross's phone.
The contents that were extracted, yes.
Okay. And you would have noted any activity that occurred on his phone after March 16th.
No, because I don't have access to his phone. So all I have is what's presented to me. So during the course of their extraction, you would have to ask the people that extracted what shows up. I do believe that they're still connected to the internet, but I couldn't be 100% on that. So there's still a possibility of things that may be still downloading to the phone. But you would have to ask someone that's trained in that tech on specifically how that works.
But you reviewed the contents of the phone.
Yes.
And you reviewed the contents after the phone was extracted.
Yes.
So you would be able to see if there was any activity after Mr. Ross was arrested.
So, and then that's where it gets a little tricky. So there's logs that come in that talks about everything the phone does. I don't know how to interpret that data. So if there's something else that's done, like as far as apps and stuff, and like how the phone turns on and off and all that kind of geo stuff that happens with the phone, I don't know how to interpret that data. I can only see what's provided in the format that I'm able to view.
Okay. You be able to see a picture that was taken on his phone?
Yes, that's something that's in a viewable format.
Okay. You'd be able to see a text message that was on his phone?
Yes, I can see those.
Okay. So there was a text that was deleted on Mr. Ross's phone on March the 29th of 2022. You would have seen that, correct?
It depends on if it was in the format that I could view.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the image of Mr. Ross's phone?
Sure. I'm not entirely sure what you're pointing at. What does the X mean?
So you don't know what an X means on the phone?
On that, no.
Okay. So you reviewed the cell phone record. You reviewed Mr. Ross's cell phone record.
No, I reviewed the report that was provided to me of the analysis. I didn't review the actual details.
Okay. So you reviewed the report that was from Mr. Ross's cell phone.
Yes,
Okay.
to an extent that I'm able to.
And you've been testifying on the state's direct as to what you saw in those reports.
To what I can see, yes.
And I just showed you an image of Mr. Ross's report, cell phone report.
Okay.
The state previously showed you images of Mr. Ross's cell phone. Is that right?
Some images, yes. Of something, yes.
And you were able to identify those images.
Yes.
Okay. But today, as I show you this image, you're unsure?
Well, you were asking me to read about something that was X'd. That I'm not sure about. I couldn't tell you what the X on that means.
Does X sometimes mean deleted?
Could also mean an error.
Okay. But you didn't run the extraction.
I didn't run the extraction.
Okay. And reviewing the report of Mr. Ross's phone, would you have noted any activity after Mr. Ross was arrested?
Yeah, if it was anything related to the incident.
But you didn't note anything important, I guess, after his arrest?
Not related to the incident, no.
Would you be able to note any messages that were sent from Mr. Ross's phone?
If it was in the format I was able to view, then yes.
One moment, Your Honor. If there activity in Mr. Ross's phone that was related to the arrest after his phone was collected, you would have made note of that.
So if my understanding, and again, I'm very limited on my understanding on what happens to the phones after they go to the cybercrimes lab, but my understanding is they try to have them on while they're processing them. I don't know the reasoning for how they do what they do. If they're on, then they're probably still transmitting data, which, you just like, and I'm an Apple product user, so I can access things on my phone from a remote location from my computer or another iPhone that I've had previously, and it'll still transcribe the same because it's connected to the same account. And I don't know if that's what you're referencing to, if maybe it was accessed and it's connecting to the phone. But I can't tell you if something directly came origin from that phone. You'd have to talk to a cell phone expert that can tell you if communications or something were directly being received or transmitted from that phone at a particular time.
Okay. And ultimately, in regards to this case, you didn't find any gun.
No gun.
Okay. There was no surveillance video of the actual shooting.
No, there was no footage of the shooting.
There was no DNA that came back to Mr. Ross.
No, there was no recovered DNA of Mr. Ross.
Give me one moment. All right, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have some follow-up questions. Now, Detective Perrin, I just kind of want to fairly quickly walk back through kind of some of the digital items that you received, because I think we got a little tangled up there. So, the photo, Mr. Crawford shared with you a text conversation with a photo that was sent of the press release from APD. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was around the murder of Mr. Arnold on the Beltline.
Yes.
Okay. And he provided those images to you.
Yes.
And in just a moment, I'm going to show on the screen. States Exhibit 97 and 97A and 97B.
Recorded, big long clips.
Okay, in States 97A, this is the message that you saw where someone has sent to Mr. Crawford about the Beltline murder.
Yes.
Okay. What is the contact name that we see at the top?
Kid.
Okay. During your investigation, were you able to tie the nickname Kid to either of the defendants?
Yes.
And who was that?
I don't remember. There's so many nicknames. I would have to look at my report to refresh me.
It would refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes.
And I'm on page 1. Please take a look at that middle section of page 29 and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Okay, so Kid would be Kid DeHardy or Brandon Williams.
Okay. And so that nickname of Kid, which is also the contact that we see here in Mr. Crawford's phone, connected to Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Okay. So this conversation is between who?
Mr. Williams and Mr. Crawford.
Okay. And then you only received a phone extraction report tied to one of the defendant's phones. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was who?
Mr. Ross.
Okay. Now turning your attention to states 134A, I believe. And 134B. So looking at states 134A and 134B, were these two items products of an extraction report that you received?
Yes.
And that was the extraction report tied to Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Okay. And these images, are they also related to the news report?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that news report also aired on Channel 2 News, is that correct?
Yes.
WSB TV, is that correct?
I believe that's their moniker.
Okay. It was preserved on YouTube, the same YouTube link that we see in those text messages, isn't that right?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to approach you. I'm going to approach you with a portion of states 96 that we already, or 97, excuse me, that we already saw. And let me know if you recognize it. Do you recognize this portion contained within states 97?
Yes, that looks like one of the stories that they put on.
Related to this case?
Yes.
Okay. And this would have aired roughly when? Month and year?
February or March, depending on the date of 22. But it definitely would have been after the incident.
Sorry, let me approach again. Would it refresh your recollection to see when this portion was aired?
Yes. It's dated February 28th, 2022.
Okay. I'm going to publish the video tied to this portion of States 97. It'll come up on that screen in just a moment. I'm sorry, we're trying to start it from the beginning to make sure we get that accurately. So what we're viewing on the screen here, that's the news release connected to this case that was released to the media on February 28th of 2022.
This is one of the broadcasts on the story. don't think this is the press conference, though.
Not the press conference, a news release related to this same conference.
Yes, a news release about the story, yes.
Understood. And the photo that we saw in the beginning there, you also came across that same photo of Mr. Arnold in Mr. Ross's phone.
Yes.
Okay. Oh. And that's the photo we see on the screen currently?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this is contained within State's Exhibit 1, or excuse me, State's Exhibit 97, but I'm going to mark it as State's Exhibit 135 for identification purposes.
No objection.
Okay.
So admitted.
Now, Sergeant 470-528-2196. That's the phone number that Mr. Crawford provided to you at the time you interviewed him, correct? As his phone number.
I would have to refresh my report about the particular phone number.
Well, let me ask this. In regards to your report that ends up being shared in discovery amongst parties and all of that, did you even use Mr. Crawford's full name?
No.
And why was that?
Because he expressed that he was concerned for his safety. So during the course of the investigation, we wanted to limit his identity as much as we could for as long as we could because he expressed concerns for his safety.
Understood. So it wouldn't surprise you to know that Mr. Crawford's name and the phone number he provided, 470-528-2196, are not contained in your report.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I do want to revisit State's Exhibit 134, which is the extraction of Mr. Ross's phone. I'm actually going to pull up the full extraction just so we can follow real time. Are you able to see States 134 on that screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to just toggle down so we can see the title here. And looking at the title there, are you able to identify this as the cell phone extraction of Mr. Ross's phone that you received?
Yes.
Okay. And here we have a search bar where we entered in the phone number. I entered in the phone number 470-528-2196. Can you please just read out that result for us that we got from the call log section?
The number appears as 1, which would be the United States, 470-528-2196.
And is there a phone call that takes place?
On the side, it says that the call was received and answered at 3:24:33 p.m. on the 12th.
Any information about a duration of that call?
Looks like 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
Thank you, Sergeant. And when you talked to Mr. Crawford, he specifically told you that he did not associate with Tabu, but he did not associate with Tabu, correct? That's how he phrased it, correct?
Yeah, that he knew of him and that he met him, but that he did not have a close relationship with him.
And I know we looked earlier at the warrant tied to who you were later able to confirm was not Tabu, but Mr. Malik Williams.
Correct.
Okay. And the warrants for Mr. Malik Williams did not come about until September of 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
And how long was that from when you got warrants for Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross? Roughly.
5.5, 6 months. Is my math on? I'm not good at the math, so.
Me neither.
Okay.
So, after all those months, what was the difference in why you proceeded at that point with a warrant for Mr. Malik Williams?
So it took a long time to get to develop information about Malik Williams. We worked with the Department of Justice to try to find out who may have been in jail around the same time, who had similar nicknames, and had to validate the information before we could go forward. It took a long time to get to that point because of a lot of, there wasn't as much readily accessible information. We had to really work to find it.
So had information, but it wasn't enough.
It was not enough to secure a warrant, no.
Understood. Now, there was some discussion earlier about some of the things we saw in the video and different people that were passing by, but I know you might not have done it in the, 24 hours we've had you up here, but during your investigation, did you review the past of different individuals that passed, where they were coming from, and where they ended up going?
Yes, it took several days to go through the footage and look at the paths of people to see if they were remaining in the area or if they were passing through or had arrived or were departing the area.
Okay. So, for example, I think we, Mr. Norman yesterday pointed out the man that we saw crossing across the grass part under the bridge, correct?
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
Around, I want to say it was 10:15 p.m. We saw him on that Freedom Parkway image. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. However, you also have footage of the other side of the Beltline, right?
Mm-hmm.
I need yes,
Yes.
for the record. Other side of the Beltline, and then the exit of the Beltline onto Elizabeth Street, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 131. And again, for State's Exhibit 131, if we were walking under that bridge and we head towards the right instead of the left, would we end up on this path of the Beltline?
Yes.
Okay. And so as we saw that gentleman crossing over the grass was towards the right. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hit play at timestamp 10 hours, 15 minutes, 22 seconds, and 0.663 milliseconds. Did you capture that same gentleman walking in the path?
Yes.
Okay. And is that in the direction of Beach Circle or the opposite direction?
No, that's more in line with going towards Elizabeth Street.
Okay. Then we had, I think it was the gentleman who was running. We saw that footage on Elizabeth Street. Do you recall
Yes.
watching that earlier?
Yes.
And that we saw on the Elizabeth Street and Bernina, that intersection of the Wise camera. We
Yes.
saw about 22, 43, 17 timestamp. We saw that gentleman running by. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the direction he was running from, would that be in the direction of the Beltline possibly?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 131. But the camera 2. It'll come up on that screen in front of you in just a second. And again, this is footage you would have reviewed hours and hours of during your investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start at timestamp 10:42:14, just a hair before we see that Elizabeth Street camera. Let me know if you see that same individual on camera too, about a minute or so before we saw him on the other.
Yes, it looks like he's wearing a similar top.
Now again, after we see those three individuals who were later identified as Tebu, Brandon Williams, and Demetrius Ross, after we see them follow behind the woman who we see exit on Elizabeth Street,
Yes.
do we see them on any other camera footage after that?
No.
We also viewed some footage of the vehicle we saw those gentlemen enter into earlier in the evening when we first saw them on camera footage. That black BMW?
Yes.
And there was some time where we saw, I'll say woman because she appears to be one from the footage. We saw her return to her vehicle and kind of stop at the front of the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, when we were on direct examination, we reviewed images or video footage of when that vehicle first arrived and she exited her vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you have continuous footage from that point until the time that vehicle left that evening?
From that camera, yes, every minute.
Now, I am going to pull up State's Exhibit 9. Press play at timestamp 16:04:55. What time would that be in minutes terms?
4:04 p.m.
Now, looking at this footage, do you see anything of note?
It appears that the individual, I guess it's a male, walks over to the windshield and it looks like he lifted the windshield wiper maybe and put something down.
Okay. And you may be able to see as they pull up a little bit.
Oh, that's Park Atlanta.
So, with reviewing that footage and Park Atlanta, in your expertise, what would you think was present?
Oh, knowing Park Atlanta, they 100% gave her a ticket.
And last question for you, Sergeant. You said you also had footage covering how long that vehicle remained until the point it left. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so we saw her return to her vehicle when you watched earlier with Mr. Norman around, I believe it was around 2,300 hours. Is that correct?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Go to that point of state exhibit 9. Now here at State's Exhibit 9, I'm going to start playing at timestamp 23 hours, 0 minutes, and 02 seconds. Sergeant, just let us know when you see that individual in that vehicle drive off. Are you able to observe anything about the interior of the vehicle, Sergeant?
Not with the doors closed. Only that it's a light colored interior.
And at this point, from your observation, is that woman still inside the vehicle?
Yes, she's not exited the vehicle. She starts moving at 23:04 or 11:04 and a half.
Okay. And this is real time, right, Sergeant?
Yes,
Okay. So the amount of time we sat here watching that video is the amount of time she would have spent sitting in her vehicle before driving off.
correct.
No further questions.
One moment, Joe. questions for this witness.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
You may be excused. Let's break to 1:30 for lunch.
that brought me to that conclusion, but this is including, but certainly not limited to, his cell phone number, the number that was he identified for himself and that I found corroborating evidence to support this claim. The tower logs for the number put his phone in, I believe it was Savannah or Macon, someplace in Georgia that was nowhere near Atlanta. And that was just one thing, but there were a few others too. To me, it wasn't close.
So let me back up. When you received that case file from the Atlanta Police Department, was there information concerning a taboo or taboo?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make any note about the spelling of that moniker or that nickname?
Well, yes, it was depending on where the person that was asked or the document that was reviewed or however, it was either T-A-Y-B-O-O or T-A-B-O-O, the latter of which being the more conventional or correct spelling for taboo.
Now, when you are reviewing information to T-A-B-O-O, was that information or any communication tied to that person documented in connection to either Mr. Ross or Mr. Williams?
There were, from what I recall, there was a phone that belonged to Mr. Ross, and there were communications where the name, the moniker, presumably, or as I would find, most likely, taboo was cited in written communications, and also taboo, I believe, was a saved contact in that phone.
In the information you received from Detective Parent from the Atlanta Police Department, in her references to Malik Williams as taboo, was it spelled that same way, T-A-B-O-O, or was it T-A-Y-B-O-O?
I believe Detective Parent spelled it T-A-Y-B-O-O, but in the phone it was spelled T-A-B-O-O.
Now, taboo as T-A-B-O-O, was he mentioned in, well, let me ask this. Are you familiar with the statement made by Mr. Shaquan Crawford about the individuals responsible for the homicide of Mr. Arnold?
Yeah, generally I spoke with him on at least one occasion, I think more than that. I also am familiar with the statements that he made to the police.
And are you familiar with any photo lineups for the individual that he identified as taboo that existed?
There was a photographic lineup that the Atlanta Police Department or personnel with the Atlanta Police Department presented to Mr. Shaquan Crawford. And he did view, there were 6 photos in the lineup, he viewed them, and he did draw a conclusion after viewing those 6 photos.
Now, drawing a conclusion, how would you characterize it? I guess in your expertise as, the deputy over the unindicted unit, but in your investigation, how did you characterize that conclusion and how you got there?
I'm going to object to speculation. There is a form indicating what his conclusion was.
So as we have heard from testimony, this was an interview. It was conducted. I suspect this witness who has reviewed.
Overruled. Answer the question, please.
Well, there were 6 photos that were presented, and as he looked at the photos, he looked at one. There were a couple of photos actually so the purpose of the lineup was for Mr. Crawford to select a photo, if any, in that group of 6 photos that depicted the person that he referred to during his past interviews as taboo. On reviewing these photos, there were 2 photos that he selected that he said resembled the man to whom he had previously referred as taboo. One photo in particular, he said, and this is not verbatim, but in essence, that resembles the person I know as taboo. He did not definitively state that any of the people that were depicted in that lineup were in fact taboo, somebody who he had seen on a number of occasions.
And that individual that he ended up selecting as this looks like or resembles characterizing taboo, was that individual Malik Williams?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I do want to ask, you said that you spoke to Mr. Crawford on numerous occasions. At any point during your conversations with Mr. Crawford, did he explain or relay to you in
He did. He said that Taboo had contacted him through, I believe he said over the phone, maybe text message, in person too, and threatened him for his cooperation. He didn't just tell me that. I believe he had told Detective Parent that too, maybe others with the Atlanta Police Department, but he definitely shared that with agents of the state, to include myself.
Now, in order to review, I guess, the data tied to the phone number for Mr. Williams, walk us through that process. How did that happen?
Talking about Malik Williams?
Yes, Malik Williams.
So Malik Williams, he provided a phone number during his interview. I looked into the phone number to find if there was, besides just his statement, if there was other evidence to tie that phone number to him, and I found some. So at that point, once I received the phone records, which included cell phone tower usage records for Mr. Malik Williams, I looked. I think they were Verizon records, maybe they weren't, but whatever they were, they basically come in a spreadsheet. And it's just a log of records with each row being a date and time of a call. And on that same row, there's a column that contains the tower information. And so for every call that's made, the records will show you what tower and part of the tower the phone utilized to make that call, assuming it was using the cell towers to do it, not like a Wi-Fi signal. So what you can do with that is, your phone is not always, but as a general rule of thumb, it's going to use the tower that provides it the best signal. And these are radio waves, so generally that tower is going to be the one that's closest to you, though not all the time. But as a general rule, certainly it's like this. If your phone is utilizing a tower in Los Angeles, California at noon on Saturday, then you're not in Atlanta, Georgia at noon on Saturday. It would be impossible for you, if you're with your phone, to be utilizing a cell phone tower in Los Angeles if you're actually in Atlanta. So that's, of course, like a very stark example, but that's what I mean. So when I looked at Malik Williams's phone tower logs, I saw that he was using a cell phone tower in Macon, Georgia, at around the time of the homicide. I don't recall what time, but it was such that he could not have been in Atlanta. If he was with his phone during the times that I reviewed, he could not have been in Atlanta. The phone records, as I said again, for to believe that he was with his phone, put him firmly outside the city of Atlanta.
And based upon that information, what was your ultimate decision as far as any indictment, including Mr. Malik Williams in this homicide?
I recommended to the district attorney that we drop the case against Malik Williams, which we did.
Now, did your investigation into the correct Taboo, whoever that may be, continue?
Yes.
Okay. What did you use as part of that investigation? Did you have any messages or phone numbers tied to that monitor?
Right. So the phone for Mr. Ross, there was a saved contact in there under the name Taboo, spelled Taboo. That contact had a phone number, and that phone number was 770-686-5979. So that's where I started. I just thought, well, if we're looking for somebody named Taboo, then if you have a phone belonging to one of the suspects and there's a saved contact named Taboo, perhaps I should look into that phone number. That may ultimately, if I can figure out who used the phone connected to that number, I may be able to figure out who Taboo was, and hence the third suspect.
And were you able to find any names associated with that phone number, 770-686-5979?
Ultimately, yes.
And ultimately, who was that number tied to?
Amir, Ahmir, Rosario, Rosario.
And once you had found that identification of Mr. Rosario tying back to that phone number, did it correlate with any communications between either Mr. Rosario and Mr. Ross, or Mr. Rosario and Mr. Williams at all?
Well, yes. I looked through the phone records for Mr. Rosario, those being the records for 770-686-5979. I found that between February 10th, 2022 and March 11th, 2022, there were 128 communications between Mr. Ross and that number, that 770 number. And there were 5 communications between Brandon Williams and that number on March 10th, 2022, which incidentally coincided with a text message from Brandon Williams to Demetrius Ross in which he asked for Taboo's phone number. So Mr. Williams texts Mr. Ross and says, give me Taboo's number. That's not verbatim, but it was something to that effect. And then after that, we see 5 communications with that same number, Mr. Brandon Williams' phone records.
With Mr. Brandon Williams after that text message communicated with the number for Mr. Rosario.
Yeah, and that number being 770-686-5979, or for the purposes of brevity, I'll just say the 5979 number.
Good. Now, were you able to, at any point, make contact or interview Mr. Rosario?
No.
Was there a reason for that?
By the time I identified him, he was dead.
Is that a homicide case that is here in Fulton County or elsewhere?
It was a homicide case in DeKalb County.
And were you able to communicate as part of your investigation with DeKalb County, who was handling, I guess, the circumstances around Mr. Rosario's death?
Yeah, I communicated with an ADA in DeKalb County about that. Let's see if I can remember her name. I think it was Allison Layton. I think that was her name. And I also spoke with someone with the police department there in DeKalb.
Were you able to confirm whether that phone number ending in the 5979 belonged to Mr. Rosario at the time of Mr. Arnold's death, February 6th?
Yes.
And it did?
Yes.
Okay. And one moment. And the information that you received tied to Mr. Rosario, also known as Taboo, had that phone number. The information you were able to gather related to that phone number, did it include any information on cell site data?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Hi. I think you just testified that you had phone records for Brandon Williams.
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
All right, and those would have been provided to Detective Perrin as part of her investigation.
Yes.
All right. And you indicated there were, I guess, 5 calls around March 11th between Mr. Williams and Amir Rosario.
Yes.
But you don't know what the content of those calls, the calls were.
No, as far as I know, there was no wiretap on Brandon Williams' phone or Amir Rosario's phone. So, no, we don't know the content.
All right. And then I want to briefly just ask you about Malik Williams since it was brought up. Malik Williams spent 4 months in jail, right?
I don't know how long he spent in jail, or I don't remember. He was arrested. Let's see. Around September 28th, 2022.
Correct.
And I believe the case was dropped around January of 2023, right before on the same day as the preliminary hearing, actually.
All right. So the whole time that you are looking into these phone records, he's sitting in jail.
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Crawford, he provided dates that he said Taboo was threatening him in September of 2022, didn't he?
That I don't recall. I don't recall the specific dates that he referenced or
Right.
that he cited as the dates that he was threatened.
Do you remember when you spoke to him?
It would have been around the time, it would have been sometime around late 2022 or early 2023. At least one of them that I participated in, I recorded, and the audio file should have the specific date of the recording. So
Okay.
that would refresh my memory, but I don't, but off the top of my head, no, I don't remember the specific date.
All right, and if that, just to save time, if that recording was in September, that would be the time.
Okay, if that's what the date stamp on the recording is, then that would be the time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. A few questions. You all had Mr. Ross's phone back in March of 2022, is that correct?
That I don't recall. The physical phone, probably that would be when the police would have taken it into evidence. Now, as far as when the data was forensically extracted from the phone, I just don't remember. That would be a date that would be in the report accompanying the forensic extraction.
But it's likely that it would have been extracted back in March, sometime shortly after Mr. Ross was arrested.
It would depend on how quickly the APD, if they're the entity that forensically extracted the phone, how quickly they were able to get to it.
Okay. But either way, in that phone, it had the number that was listed for Taboo.
Yes.
Okay. And so they would have had that number when they had Mr. Ross's phone.
Yes.
Okay. And they would have been able to figure out who that number belonged to.
Yes, Matt, if I recall correctly, it was actually Detective Parent that sent me Taboo's phone records. So if I remember correctly, I saw that in his phone, or maybe I saw in the, no, I know Detective Parent wanted to see it because by the time I saw it, she had already, my memory may be failing me, but I'm pretty sure this is correct, that I saw that Detective Parent had already ordered his phone records. So I asked her and then she sent them to me. So yes, so she noticed that, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything further of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be excused, Mr. Sprinkle. Thank you. Please call your next witness.
Call Detective Ronald Sluss.
Good afternoon.
So help me God. Thank you very much. Yes, it is Ronald, RONALD SLUSS.
Good afternoon, Detective Sluss.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I'm a detective with the Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Atlanta Police Department?
Since 2006.
Okay. And you said you're a detective. Where are you currently assigned within the Atlanta Police Department?
To our Homeland Security and Intelligence Unit.
Okay. And prior to working with the Homeland Security and Intelligence Unit, can you tell the jurors, were you a detective in any other units within the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Where?
So before I was in Homeland, I was in homicide for about 6 years. Before that, I was in the Special Victims Unit, concentrating on cold case sex crimes for about 6 years. And then prior to that, I worked as just a regular officer.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about some of the roles and responsibilities that you play as a detective with the Homeland Security and Intelligence Unit?
So obviously we do a lot of intelligence work. We work on terroristic threats. We work on domestic terrorism, extortion, public corruption, like dirty cops, dirty politicians. One of the big things is cybersecurity. One of my particular specialties is in call detail record analysis and also digital evidence.
And is it common for yourself as a detective in that unit and other detectives in your unit to assist other units within the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, is it very common that you assist detectives in the homicide unit?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors how you assist detectives within the homicide unit and why it's important?
So, well, this is a little bit longer of a story because it's a good story. When I was a relatively new detective, trying to solve cases and trying to figure things out, I got into cell phone information. So, if you were to develop a couple different people that might be involved in a crime, be able to use their cell phone records to be able to see if their device was operating in the area of that crime or whether or not. So whether you can confirm that that's somebody that you want to talk to, or you can dispel it and say that, you know what, they weren't there, we don't have to worry about it. And as far as being able to help, once I learned how to do that for my own cases in special victims, I started helping other detectives. And then as I moved on to homicide, I started doing it for my cases in homicide, started helping out other detectives in homicide and other units as well. And then when I got to Homeland Security, kind of specializing more in that realm, I started helping out pretty much everybody around the Atlanta Police Department and other metro agencies.
And talk about how you help out. Can you kind of tell the jurors specifically how you, I guess, investigate here specifically violent crimes or homicide using cell phone technology and cell phone call detail records?
Okay, so let's say a detective is working a case and they have a person of interest, right? Somebody they think that might be involved or might have been a witness, or it might even be somebody who is kidnapped, right? And they come to me and say, hey, I've ordered this person's cell phone records. Can you tell me this is the date and time and location of where my incident occurred? Is their cell phone operating in that area, or are they completely somewhere else? So what I would do is I take the information that they got, and I would get it from my own cases too, from the cell phone providers themselves, and then we would sit there and we would go through the dates and times of interest, and then see if they're operating off the towers that are close to the crime scene. And we'll get a little bit more into that as I go kind of through my presentation, and we can even see directional signs from that tower that that device might be on while it's utilizing that tower.
And can you tell the jurors in your years working in the homicide unit as well as the unit you're currently assigned with Homeland Security, how often you utilize cell phone technology and cell phone call detail records and cell site location data in investigations that you've worked in the system?
Pretty much everyone that I was the lead detective on, I pretty much got cell phone records for it, all right, because that's just a great way to be able to help, again, confirm or dispel whether that person was in the area at the time. And now that I've gotten to the point where I'm in Homeland Security and I'm kind of focused on that, it's pretty much a daily occurrence with the call detail records.
Can you tell the jurors your work with using cellular technology and assisting, whether it be your case or somebody else's case, do you use that data throughout all parts of the investigation?
Yeah. You can use that to be able to tell where they were before, where they were after, where they were there during the actual incident. You can tell whether people are communicating with each other, whether the victim knew the suspect, or whether if you have multiple co-defendants, whether they knew each other and they're constantly communicating. How often are they communicating? Whether they're using calls or whether they're using text messages. So it's a great way to be able to see who knows who and where they are when they're talking to each other.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, in order to do that, your, I guess, the background as it relates to the training that you received in order to utilize cell phone technology and call detail records and cell site location information in your investigation?
So when I first started using it, I was just a regular detective in SVU, and I come up with a case where I had two people that I had developed as suspects, right? One said that he was there and he had a really good alibi. The other one said I was with my wife, and we were in South Carolina at the time. And they looked similar. I didn't have any DNA evidence at the time. Eventually we did, but I didn't really know what else to do. So I was sitting there going to other senior detectives and other people, and they actually hooked me up with the FBI. And the FBI has a group, they're called the CAST unit. It's Cellular Analysis and Survey Team. And they have developed a way to be able to systematically use cell phone technology to be able to see where people have been possibly in the past and whether you can predict where they're going to be in the future, especially when you're talking about people are trying to apprehend, where's home, where the girlfriend's home, all that stuff. So started working with the FBI then, and then as soon as I did that, it started leading into training classes with the FBI, and that's been a focus of mine ever since. So pretty much biannually, I go and train with the FBI. I've also trained with the DEA. I've trained with the Secret Service, all using the exact same technology.
And the training that you just referred to, do you continue to update your training based on the changes in technology?
Yes, sir, of course.
Can you explain to the jurors, I know it's common sense, but why the update in the training based on the ever-evolving technology is so important to what you do?
So, the way that, all right, we're going to kind of get into the weeds a little bit. So the way that your cell phone records information. So when you have an account, you have a telephone number, you have an IMEI number, that's the actual like social security number to your phone. You got subscriber information, that's your account number. There's all these different things that are there. And the way that they actually record those can change over time. All right. And then you also have companies that get bought out, like Sprint. I don't know if you guys ever had Sprint cell phones before. They got bought up by T-Mobile. So now they merged from one company to the other. And as they start recording different things, they merge together. The way that they record their information changes. So constantly working with the FBI and working with the network engineers from T-Mobile, Verizon, Sprint, US Cellular, and AT&T allows us to understand how they're recording it so we can interpret it correctly.
Okay. And can you tell me, based on all the stuff that you just referred to, that you're trained on and that you use to assist in not only your investigation but other detectives with the Atlanta Police Department and other agencies, how often or how many times have you testified in court as an expert as it relates to that topic?
Over the last 5 years, probably north of about 30 times as an expert on different trials.
You're going to this time the state will tender Detective Sluss as an expert in historical cell phone data and interpretation of the cell site location analysis.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So declared.
Now, Detective Sluss, can you tell the jurors, did you assist and use your expertise that you've just spoken about as it relates to cell phone technology and cell site location information in a case involving the death of Thomas Arnold back in February 25th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And were you requested to do so by the lead detective, Detective Parent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when your assistance is requested, the items that you typically receive in order to complete your analysis and interpretation of the information that you're reviewing?
Yes, sir.
What typically are you looking at in order to come up with your conclusions as it relates to your analysis?
So as we get information back from the cell phone providers, we're looking for subscriber information. That includes, if it's not a prepaid phone, who's paying the bill. It might not tell you who's using it, but it'll tell you at least who's paying the bill. We're looking at the actual call detail records, they're called tolls. So that's your incoming and outgoing phone calls, your ingoing and outgoing text messages, the data use that you're using, the towers that you're touching while you're Instagram is running in the background, and it's also timing advance, which is more of an engineering record, but it's how the network kind of communicates with your device kind of in between phone calls and text messages. So it kind of knows where your device is at.
And as it relates to that information, do you get information from here, the lead detective, Detective Parent, times of interest and locations or points of interest?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jurors the times of interest and the points or location of interest
Sure. So I don't know if you've ever driven down the highway. You're looking up, you see a cell phone tower, right? Everybody's seen them. They're great on the highways because they're easily seen. If you're down here in downtown Atlanta, you might see them on the side of buildings. You might see them on the side of a water tower. You might see them on the top of a telephone pole. And if we know a location of an incident, all right, we're looking at what devices are using the cell phone towers around that incident, right? So we're going to look at possibly getting cell phone records from a suspect. Okay, is that suspect's phone operating off of one of those close towers at the time of the crime and close to where your crime scene is?
And when you're, as it relates to this case, and the information that you reviewed, did you create a presentation to help explain your testimony to the jurors here today?
Yes, sir. I certainly did.
And I just handed you with the marker state exhibit 136 and 136A. Do you recognize those exhibits, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a printout of my PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. And then as it relates to state exhibit 136A, is that your PowerPoint presentation in the digital format?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state attorney would remark that state exhibits 136 and 136A in evidence.
I'd object. I have no problem with it being used as a demonstrative exhibit, but as far as admission as a exhibit, I would object to that.
That's fine. We will admit it for demonstrative purposes, Your Honor.
Okay, subject to that, we will admit it. You may publish.
Thank you. Now, before we get into your presentation, Detective Sluss, can you tell the jurors, did you review the cell phone records for what was communicated to you belonging to Brandon Williams, Demetrius Ross, and someone that you only knew as Tebu?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state's going to tend to remark the state's exhibits 137, 138, and 139 evidence as self-authenticating documents that were provided via this record certification.
Any objection?
Oh, no objection.
So admit it.
Your Honor, just an objection on behalf of I don't know if I've received.
Am I talking too fast? I got you. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, if I could just have a moment to review.
You want to put them on a computer?
Yes, Your Honor, I need a player.
You going to play it on his laptop?
I have one.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break, please. Please step out. Please be seated. You may take a few minutes to review that.
Thank you.
Ross. State's Exhibit 138, cell phone record for Brandon Williams. And State's Exhibit 139 for the records for TAB00 770-686-5979.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. Now, on the screen in a second will be your presentation. Detective Celeste, while that's getting pulled up, can you explain to the jurors a little bit about the first steps that you take when you are asked to assist in an investigation as it relates to cell phone records and cell site location information?
Sure. So the first thing that you want to know is you want to know a location of where your crime scene happened, or at least the areas of interest that you care about. Number two, you want a date that it actually occurred on, and you want a time that it occurred on. Those are the three most important things that you're going to have, because you're going to base your analysis off of that.
Is that what we're seeing in the first slide?
No, you're just looking at a pretty picture with my name on it. So as we go through here, so just in the case details, obviously you guys have already seen this because you've gone through all your witnesses, but we're here for a murder. Thomas Arnold was our victim. 341 Elizabeth Street was the closest location to where it happened. The actual murder occurred on February 25th, 2022, and Detective Parent was the lead. And then I'm the guy who gets to tell you guys about cell phones.
Can you tell the jurors when you do that, what is typically the purpose of the analysis that you do after receiving that information, and then the call detail records and the other information you're going to review and analyze?
Sure. So, I mean, it depends on what process of the investigation that you're in. A lot of times people or detectives will come to me like, hey, I have this person of interest. I have their cell phone records. Can you just tell me whether you can rule them in or rule them out that they were near the crime scene at the time? Sure, no problem. So we'll go take that information, and then we can visualize that information. I'll show you in just a minute. And to be able to tell whether they were in the area or not. That way they can either further investigate that person, or they can put that person off to the side unless they get more information. If you're talking about, hey, this person is the person I know that did it, I just need you to make sure and kind of layer the cake of evidence. And what I mean by layering a cake of evidence, like as a detective, you know, you're going to have your crime scene information, you're going to have your ballistics information, you're going to have your witness accounts, you're going to have maybe surveillance video, GPS locations. There's a lot of stuff that you go onto, and you layer this cake of evidence to make sure everything matches up. So when we're talking about cell phone, and we're going to get into that, when we're talking about cell phone records, we're talking about take the information that you already know, and then use the cell phone records of the people that you believe involved, marry those up, and see if it matches out. If it marries up, that's a good indication that you can believe that other evidence. If it doesn't, now we have questions. Now we have to answer questions.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, I think the next slide in your presentation is about call detail records. Or what are call detail records?
Sure. So your cell phone provider basically keeps records on you, and it's not to track you or to spy on you or anything else like that. They want to make sure that they get paid, basically. And it was more so back in the day when they actually got paid per call or paid per minute. But what they do is they'll have information. They'll have your name, your address. They'll have how you pay your bill, your telephone number, different indicators or identifiers on your device or your account number. They keep that. They also keep a set of records of tolls. Every phone call you make, every phone call you receive, every text message you send, every text message you receive. And they also have other engineering records that we'll talk about that call timing advance.
And those records record, like you said, tolls or phone calls. Can you kind of explain to the jurors, and I think you do in the next slide, how your handset or your cellular phone kind of communicates with the network and the towers and things of that nature?
Okay, so that little $1,200 device that you have in your pocket does 4 things, all right? Some better than others, all right? Number one, it's a computer, all right? Pretty much every smartphone, pretty much everything since about 2012 is a computer. Legitimately, you could fly to the moon with this technology. Also, it's a camera, and a dang good camera. They usually are a whole lot better than most of your cameras out there that you can buy at Best Buy. On top of that, it also is a cellular device. It makes phone calls, takes text messages, and that's what it does the worst out of everything. But we're talking about just different things that it actually does itself. So what your device does is it uses radio frequency to be able to communicate with the network. So that's the wireless part of it, right? So your device is talking to the network, sending out RF waves, okay? And that's how it's communicating. The ones and zeros on those RF waves go up to the tower, it gets digitized, it goes into the network, they put it back together, it comes out on the other side, and your voice is heard by the next person, or your text message image, or whatever it may be. All right?
And can you tell us a little bit about what you just described and how that relates to the network system or the specific network in which the cell phone is kind of communicating with?
Okay, so this is how everything works. So this is kind of the schematic of everything. So you got your wireless device, and that's most of what is wired. Everything else is wired. So your device is going to talk to a tower, okay? Now here's the cool thing about your device. Your device picks which tower it talks to. The network doesn't. Your device does, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. So it goes from your device to the tower, and then there's a group of towers, okay, like an area range of towers. It goes into that switch, and then it goes into the main switch. That's the main computer, the brains of the operation, okay? And then what happens when you dial your mom's phone number and then you hit send, all right, what it's going to do is it's going to take those RF waves to the tower, to the group, to the switch, and then it's going to figure out which device it's going to go, and it's going to retrace that back from the switch to the group of towers that your mom's phone was last interacting with, then back to that tower, and then to her phone. And now you have a call or a text message or data, and we can talk about that. The only thing that really changes is if we have to shift over from one network to another, but that's only one extra step. So if I've got T-Mobile, you've got T-Mobile, it's device, tower, group, switch, reverse. Now, if it's your AT&T and I'm T-Mobile, it's basically device, tower, group, switch, and then we retrace it back to you.
And based on that technology, can you kind of explain to us the cell phone towers that you talked about earlier, typically where they can be, where they are, and how they work and communicate with the network as well as the handset of the cell phone?
Sure. So remember we were talking about when you're driving down the highway, it's a great place to be able to look at cell phone towers because they're big, they're ugly, and they sit up there in the air. They're easy to spot. The ones that are on the side of buildings, believe it or not, unless you're a geek like me who really likes cell phones, you're probably not looking for them. You might see them from time to time. And then as you kind of get more into the cell phone technology, you'll start seeing them pop up on all kinds of different things. Little tiny 5G that probably won't make it a quarter mile. But we got the big ones as well. Now, if we know that information, and I don't mean to just cut you off here, let's talk about the cell sites. So when we're looking at a tower, generally speaking in the United States and most of America, all right, you're going to have a tower, an indication or a location, and then you're going to have multiple antennas on it. In the Atlanta market, you pretty much have 3 antennas per cell phone tower. Now, the reason we have 3 antennas per cell phone tower is one antenna listens to all the traffic in a 120-degree radius. That's its area of responsibility, right? All right. The other antenna on that tower is going to look in the next 120 degrees, right? And then all the way around. That way you've now got 360 degrees of coverage for that cell phone tower so everybody surrounding that cell phone tower can talk to it. Now, if I know which antenna it's talking to, not only do I now know where the tower's at, I know the direction from where that tower is talking to. So that's what really helps us in our investigations. If I've got a tower and I know the location, and I got an antenna and I know the direction, all right, is the person that I'm interested in the direction away from that cell phone tower that matches my crime scene?
Okay. And as it relates to that, can you talk a little bit about, I think you do on the next slide,
Mm-hmm.
a little bit about the sectors and the direction that you kind of referred to, the aspect?
So again, pretty much every cell phone tower there's actually one in our presentation that's Omni, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But we'll have the 3 different sectors, all right? The cell phone companies in the records are going to give us that information. It's going to give us the GPS of where the tower is. It's going to give us the name of the antenna, and it's going to give us the azimuth, the direction it's facing. So I'll give you an example. So let's say I'm a cell phone tower, right? And I'm pointing exactly at 0 degrees, all right, northbound. All right, they're going to give me my location in 0 degrees, and they're going to say it's got 120 degrees area of operation. So I can add 60 and subtract 60, and that's where that device is listening to from that antenna. Now, if we know that, we can map that out. So if I know the location and I know the direction, now I can basically take that information and put it into a picture that my mind can conceptualize.
Now, you talking about, and then how you utilize it as a part of your investigation.
Sure. So the first set of records we were talking about is your tolls. It's the incoming, outgoing phone calls, incoming, outgoing emails, and then the data that you're using, your apps that you're using in the background. Now, that is what they collect. They also collect a thing called timing advance. All right. Timing advance is the network talking to your device in between what's going on. And here's the reason. Your device is playing a Marco Polo game with all the surrounding cell phone towers, okay? Your device is screaming Marco, and the towers are screaming Polo. Now, the reason that they do that is that when you do type in your mom's phone number and you hit the little green button for send, it knows, hey, this is the towers that we're going to use, and then we know where mom's device is. Now we know which place to send the signal for mom to answer the device, okay? It gets a little bit more complicated than that, but that's generally what we're talking about. It's just basically your device knowing where the towers are, and the towers know where your device is. That way everything marries up. That way the calls don't get dropped, and you can't reach your mom or 911 or anything else.
Now, I think your next slide is an example of kind of how the device and the tower kind of communicate, and how you're able to use that to determine the location of the cell site, or even the cell tower in which the phone is communicating with.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, at this point, can I stand up to kind of show the jury?
Certainly.
Okay. I'm going to try to speak loud. So in those records, what we're trying to do is we're trying to take the E-No-D. That's the actual antenna itself, right? So that's from the records. We got the location. We got the latitude and longitude. All right. So we know that. So here's our latitude and longitude. All right. And the name of this antenna is 173199. Okay. That antenna has an azimuth of 0. Remember how I said 0? It's pointing directly north. You can see that if this is the cell phone tower, that's the antenna. You'd have two other antennas equally in this direction, but the one that it's communicating with is in this direction. So if I know where my crime scene is, I know where my tower's at, and I know where the device is communicating with that antenna, I can say that that device is operating somewhere in this general vicinity. Now, if I had somebody of interest that was there, I would want to know whether that device was actually communicating with that tower in that direction.
Okay. And in this instance, in the assistance you requested via by detective parent, can you tell the jurors, I guess, the point of interest or the crime scene that was most important to you, part of the investigation and your analysis?
Yes, sir. So we are looking at 341 Elizabeth Street. That is over off the Beltline near Emmons Park. And again, it's an arbitrary number. That's not exactly where the body was found, but it's closest to where the body was found.
And after receiving that address or the incident location address that was closest to where Mr. Arnold was found, we talked a little bit about the call detail records or the cell phone records for Brandon Williams as well as Demetrius Ross and Taboo. Can you tell the jurors, as a part of that information, you received subscribers' information and what that is?
Yes. So Detective Parent actually wrote search warrants for those call detail records or the information from those cellular providers. She was able to get those, and then since I'm the person who can actually, put it into a presentation, she was like, "Can you at least tell me whether these are actually operating in that area?"
Okay. And on your next slide, can you tell the jurors the cell phone number, the handset number, or number associated with the handset that you were provided as it relates to Brandon Williams?
Sure. So Detective Parent was able to get a phone number that she believed was associated with Brandon Williams. It's the 470-920-7356. Now, it's a T-Mobile number, and T-Mobile provides their records in UTC. Let me talk a little bit about UTC. So UTC is Universal Coordinated Time. It's Zulu time. If you're from the military, if you're European, it's Greenwich Mean Time, but basically it's London time minus wherever you are. So I'll give you an example. So if it's 5 o'clock in the morning in London and in the United States, and let's say New York City, it'd be midnight. So we're just subtracting numbers. So they're put it into a universal system that anybody can look around with the world, and then we do the subtractions ourselves. So when we look at the raw records, it might show 5 hours difference or 4 hours difference between whether we're on standard time or the other time. But for this particular presentation, I put everything into local time.
Okay. And did you do the similar, or did you receive and do the similar same thing as it relates to the records for Demetrius Ross, also T-Mobile records?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, before we get to Mr. Ross, I believe the next one, Mr. Ross, what is the phone number of the handset, the number that is associated with the handset Mr. Ross's phone.
Okay, so Mr. Ross's phone is going to be 404-451-0825.
And can you tell the jurors the number that you had been given that was associated with Taboo?
Oh, yes, sir. That'll be on my next slide. This one's a different one, but the very first two were both T-Mobile. This one right here is Verizon. It's 770-686-5979, and this is just a prepaid phone in the box. It doesn't actually have subscriber information.
Now, would you give it a date as a time frame that was most, I guess, important as it relates to the analysis you were doing as a part of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what that date and around, I guess, the general time frame you were given for your investigatory purposes?
Sure. So the 911 call came up where police were dispatched on February 26th in the early morning hours, and then based on her investigation, she figured out, or she believed that the actual murder to taken place right around 10:30ish p.m. on the 25th.
Okay. And based on that information and the call detail records you had for Mr. Williams, Mr. Ross, and the person who was known as Taboo, what did you do next as it relates to the call detail records and using cell site?
Okay. So what I did was I took the raw data that I would just get from the cell phone companies, the spreadsheets of all the raw data, and then I'm going to take that. I'm going to take the tower information that I know from those particular places, and then I'm going to visually put together, hey, this is how these device numbers or devices were interacting with the network around the time of the murder. So I want to be able to show the lead detective, whether it be Perrin or any other lead detective, hey, this is what it's looking like for your cell phones.
And using the raw data, how are you able to do that? So how are you able to, place handset near or close to a location or a tower?
Sure. So we're going to pick a time. We're going to pick an event, all right, that they actually capture, whether it be a phone call, whether it be timing advance, or whatever it might be. And then we're going to take that information from the raw records. We're going to look for the tower. And we're going to get that GPS. Then we're going to look for the name of the E-Node B, which would be the antenna. All right, we're going to look for the azimuth, the direction, okay? And then we're going to take that one data record and see, okay, if I know where the tower is here and I know that the direction's this way, is that device acting in the direction of that crime scene?
And did you do that for, starting with Mr. Williams' records and then also do that with Mr. Ross and the phone number associated with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If we start with, I guess it looks like the first call that you brought in Mr. Williams was 9:28 p.m. on February 25th, 2022.
Yes, sir. So this one right here was actually the last phone call he made before the murder. There's going to be other data records like timing advance, but for his device, the last one that we were able to get is at 9:28 p.m. He's getting an incoming phone call for 2 minutes and 14 seconds. All right. We know the location. Again, you'll see the Latin lawn, you'll see the azimuth, and then we're able to say that, okay, his device is somewhere northeast of where that cell phone tower is. And that's roughly about an hour before the murder.
Okay. And as it relates to activity on Mr. Taboo's handset, can you explain to the jurors what we're depicting in the next slide?
Okay. So at 9:29, a minute later, Taboo's device, which is a Verizon device, receives an incoming phone call. All right, that's a 48-second phone call. We know the location again for the tower. We know the direction of the azimuth, and it matches up in the same general direction and area that Mr. Brandon Williams' device was operating in, about a minute apart.
Okay. And would you, looking at the information you just gave us in prior slide as it relates to Mr. Williams and the last call that you were able to see he made from his handset, and then the information that you just told the jurors about Taboo's device here at 9:29, are those consistent areas of the location, them being together?
They could be together, or they're at least in the same general vicinity.
And how do you know that?
Because, I'm looking at like just the area of the cell phone tower, and then the direction from that cell phone tower, it matches up in the same area. So what I'm going to do as a detective, I'm going to take information that I get from the investigation to see whether that matches my cell phone records.
Okay. And then at 9:30, was there activity on Mr. Ross's phone?
Yes. So Mr. Ross's phone, this one's a little bit different. So this is an actual phone call. This is the timing advance. This is the Marco Polo I was telling you guys about earlier, because he's not actually making a phone call around this time. But we took that information and then we were able to find the tower and then the direction of that tower. And it's just west of near that same place where those other towers are.
And could you kind of explain to the jurors how signal strength plays a role in which tower your handset utilizes in an area like the city of Atlanta?
Sure. So I'll give you an example. So that Marco Polo that we were talking about. So you said earlier that your device picks which tower it's going to use. All right. And the reason it's doing that is because of that Marco Polo. So your device is constantly listening to all the other towers around it. Okay. And then it's basically creating a list, loudest to quietest. Okay. And it's basically going to always pick the loudest. All right. Well, it pretty much will always pick the loudest because it doesn't ever want to drop a phone call. It's optimizing the phone network. I don't know if you guys remember the old, was it Verizon commercials? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? That's the reason that your devices do that, because it doesn't want to drop that call because it want to keep you paying $100 a month for your cell phone bill.
And is that the reason that if two people are together and let's say they're both utilizing their handsets or their cell phone at the same time, but one is utilizing one tower and then the other one is utilizing a tower close in proximity? Is that why they could be on different towers even though they're together?
Sure, that, and also on you're talking about different towers. You're talking about different networks. So one cell phone tower might have one provider on. It might just have T-Mobile, or it might have T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. So it's just the way that everything matches up. And if I were to make a phone call and you, sir, were to make a phone call, my device is going to determine which one is the loudest signal, and yours is too. You might have a tree in your way that I don't, based on my line of sight, and we might pick two completely different towers, all right, even though we are standing literally 50 feet apart.
And does, for example, your city of Atlanta is a much larger area than, let's say, South Georgia. Does that affect the number of towers that are within close proximity to each other?
Sure. So population density is a big driving factor on how close cell phone towers are. So if you are down in South Georgia, they might be miles away. All right. If you are in Metro Atlanta, they're probably less than a mile away. If you are in downtown Atlanta, they are blocks away from each other.
Can you tell me what you're able to determine as it relates to Mr. Ross's phone during the activity at 9:57 p.m. the next slide?
Okay. So 9:57, pretty much same area of operation. Again, he's not making a phone call, but we're actually able to use that Marco Polo, the timing advance, to be able to see that his device is operating in the area that would service the area of the crime scene.
And at 10:05, just a few minutes later, can you explain to the jurors the activity that you are seeing and the location of the handset as it relates to Brandon Williams' technology will pick up?
Sure. So, and this is another good thing. So again, this is the timing advance. This is the Marco Polo in between phone calls. And basically it is using a different tower, but in the same direction, in the same general vicinity of our crime scene.
And what about the next slide as it relates to at 10:32 for the number associated with Taboo?
So this one right here, again, is a Verizon one. It's a different tower than the others, but you'll see how it's a circle. I remember how I said there was, you basically have sectors of responsibility. Every now and then you're going to get an Omni tower. Now, an Omni tower is just basically a small tower in the area, and it will take communications from any single direction whatsoever, all right? And I can't tell you what side of the tower it's operating on, but I can tell you that it's in the area of Inman Park.
And as it relates to the activity a few minutes later for Brandon Williams' handset, can you explain to the jurors what we are seeing here?
Again, we're seeing another timing advance incident. It's at 10:40 p.m. It's utilizing a tower just north, but again, in the same direction of your crime scene.
And as you, from the previous slide, the 10:32 activity as it relates to the phone number associated with Taboo, is that consistent? That slide as relates to Taboo, and the next one for 10:40 for Brandon Williams, is that consistent with them traveling together?
I wouldn't necessarily traveling together, but what I would say is take the information that you have, your witness statements and your video, all right? And then if you got information that these two devices are together. You're seeing cell phone records that would corroborate that information.
And are we seeing that same sort of activity in the next slide as it relates to Demetrius Ross?
Yes, sir. So again, different tower, same general direction of my crime scene.
And at 11:02, can you tell us about the outgoing call that was made by the handset associated with the Taboo device?
Yes. So again, this will be a 5-second outgoing voice call using a tower just southeast of the crime scene location, but in the same direction of the crime scene.
Now, can you explain to the jurors kind of big picture, the conclusion of your conclusions based on the analysis you kind of just explained to them as it relates to the handsets we've been talking about for Mr. Williams, Mr. Ross, and the Taboo handset?
Sure. So the detective parent was able to tell me dates and times of instances around the Emmons Park location from about 9:30 until after the murder, and the three people or the three devices that she believes might be involved. And then I'm able to sit there and take that information, and she says, I have witness that says that they're there. I have video that looks like them, that they're there, and are the cell phones matching up? And I can tell you, yes, the cell phones match up with the evidence that she's provided to me so far.
Any further questions, sir?
Look, towers handle hundreds of cell phones at a time. And in this case, you only plotted the ones you were asked to plot, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's a fairly general direction. Like I said, 120 degrees, it gives you an azimuth that says it's in that direction, but it doesn't tell you the exact distance from the tower, does it?
Doesn't tell you the exact distance, no. Some timing advance will give you an estimated distance because of the engineering part of it, but it just kind of, it gives you a general direction.
All right, so it's possible with what we just saw that although you said the three phones in the same area, one may be at one point on the Beltline and another phone might be 100 yards away and still be registering the same direction.
I mean, there's thousands of cell phones within that area of operations for that one thing. I'm just trying to be able to take the information that she gave me. Hey, these are three phones that are important to me. This is my crime scene location. This is the evidence that I've got. Does it match up?
All right. And just for clarification, you're not saying that the information you just provided places anyone on Beach Circle at any specific time?
No, this is the layered cake information. You're taking the information that you already got. Now you're going to layer this over. Does it match or not? It's a corroboratory piece of evidence.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
May this witness?
One question. Mr. Norman asked you about being at Beach Circle. The analysis that you did, is it consistent with them being in the area of the crime scene where Beach Circle is located?
Yeah, all the devices are in that same operational area. I mean, it's so close that, of course, it'd be the same information.
Or at the time that Detective Parent believed that the homicide occurred?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
And just, I guess, one follow-up based on that question.
Sure.
What is the operational area?
You talking about near the area of, so you have a location, right? And then we've seen what, 1, 2, 3, 4 different cell phone towers, right?
Okay.
And if you notice the operational direction of every one of those cell phone towers pointing in the operation of Beach and 341 Elizabeth Street while they're operating in that area. That's all I'm saying is use that information against the other evidence that you've already collected.
All right. And again, just trying to clarify. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
All right, you may be excused, Detective. Thank you.
Good to see you again, sir.
You too. Mr. Abadi? Ms. Jones-Connor?
Judge, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 140, showing the fence. At this time, I'm sorry, Your Honor, we would tender State's Exhibit 140, which is a certified copy of the conviction in 2019-CR00648, the State versus Brandon Delshawn Williams in Clayton Superior Court.
So admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 140 reads the State versus Brandon Delshawn Williams, clerk's number 2019-CR00648-12, Clayton Superior Court. In the Superior Court of said county, the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Brandon Delshawn Williams with the offense of burglary in the first degree in violation of OCGA section 16-7-1B for the said accused person in the county of Clayton and state of Georgia on or about the 17th day of October 2018, did unlawfully, without authority, and with the intent to commit a theft therein, enters the dwelling house of another Michael G. Williamson, located at 5565 Stagecoach Road, Rex. Contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof, Tracy Graham Lawson, District Attorney, Clayton Superior Court, February 2019. It does show that Mr. Brandon Delshawn Williams did plead guilty to said offense on October 18th of 2019.
So admitted. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please step out a moment.
That's correct.
Is your witness here and prepared?
He is here and prepared.
All right. And is it my understanding, Ms. Hemingway, you do not intend to call any witnesses?
Correct, Your
All right, I'm going to ask each defendant these questions. Mr. Williams, will you please stand? Do you understand that you have a right to testify, and if you want to testify, then no one can prevent you from doing so? Do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify? That is, do you understand that you have a right to not testify if you do not want to? Do you understand that it's you, not your lawyer, but you personally the one who decides whether you will testify or not? Do you understand if you do not testify, then upon proper request by you, the court will instruct the jury that your decision cannot be used against you? Do you understand if you choose to testify, you will be both examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the assistant district attorney? Do you personally want to testify or not?
No, sir.
I find that the defendant, Brandon Williams, has made his decision to not testify with a complete understanding of his rights. I'll ask the other defendant to please stand. Mr. Ross? Do you understand that you have a right to testify, and if you want to testify, then no one can prevent you from doing so? Do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify? That is, do you understand that you have a right to not testify if you do not want to? Do you understand that it's you, not your lawyer, but you personally, the one who decides whether you will testify or not? Do you understand if you do not testify, then upon proper request by you, the court will instruct the jury that your decision cannot be used against you? Do you understand if you choose to testify, you will be both examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the assistant district attorney? Do you personally want to testify or not? I find that the defendant, Mr. Ross, has made his decision to not testify with a complete understanding of his rights. Let me have a jury, please.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Prior to bringing the jury, I would move for a directed verdict in this case as to Mr. Williams. I believe that the state has not proven their case, and the jury could not find him guilty on the evidence that was presented. There's been no gun, no fingerprints, no firearm, and just one witness.
And Your Honor, I would join in that motion in regards to Mr. Ross. I don't believe the state has met its burden proving that Mr. Ross met his evidence that has been presented to the court.
the state would argue that evidence has been presented that would be appropriate and adequate for a trier of fact, which would be the jury to make an ultimate decision that has come through the presentation of witnesses. I know as the court in defense is aware, the testimony of a single witness is, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact, that being presented by not only Mr. Crawford, but through corroboration with other witnesses.
I respectfully disagree with the defense, and both motions are denied. Let me have a jury, please. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, I would call Detective Schuler.
Please ask Detective Schuler to come in.
All right, so jury.
Good afternoon, sir. Please remain standing. Please be seated. Please administer the oath.
Swear firm testimony you're going to report the truth, all truth, nothing but the truth. I did. You may be seated. Please state your first and last name and front of both for the record, please.
Yes, Sergeant Lynn Schuler is LYNNSHULER.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Schuler. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. How are you presently employed?
I work for the DeKalb County Police Department. I'm assigned to the Homicide Assault Unit.
All right, and how long have you been employed with the DeKalb County Police Department?
September will be 20 years.
All right. And are you post-certified?
I am.
And you've had training over those years as a police officer?
I have.
And were you, so you would have been employed with DeKalb County in the year of 2021 and 2022 as well?
Yes, sir.
Would that have been in the same capacity as now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that capacity, did you investigate the shooting of an Amir Rosario on May 5th, 2022?
I did.
All right. And was that the shooting of Mr. Rosario ultimately determined to be justified?
It was.
And you investigated that case?
I did.
And why was it determined to be justified?
Mr. Rosario was committing an armed robbery when he was shot and killed.
All right. And in the process of that armed robbery, did Mr. Rosario discharge a firearm?
Yes.
And were shell casings recovered from that scene?
Yes, sir.
And of what caliber were those shell casings?
9mm.
All right. Was a weapon recovered from Mr. Rosario?
No.
Okay. And in your investigation, you found that the weapon had been taken before police arrived at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. As part of your investigation, you physically saw Mr. Rosario at the scene of the crime?
I did.
And did you also have any video surveillance of that location?
Yes, sir.
And did you see Mr. Rosario on that surveillance?
Yes, sir.
All right. I am going to show you what was previously marked as defense 3. So give me 1 second here. Can you see what's popped up in front of you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recognize that person?
Yes.
And who is that?
Amir Rosario.
All right. Let me take that down. Now, I have also, I believe we previously have shown you a photo from, a still photo from a video in our case, which I'm going to show you again now and ask if you can identify, or, well, let me show it to you and then I'll ask you the question. Can you see that photo?
I can.
All right. And Is that consistent with the appearance of Amir Rosario?
Yeah, well, the quality of the video is not very good, but yes, sir.
Okay.
Fits the description.
In the case, in addition to the case in which we talked about from May 5th of 2022, where Amir was shot, and let me back up, was Amir, he was killed on May 5th of 2022, correct?
He was.
All right. But in addition to that case that you were investigating, were you investigating him for another case involving shooting?
I'm going to object as to relevance and improper evidence at this point.
Good point.
We're entitled to a defense. These are similar.
All right, overruled. Answer the question, please.
Your Honor, may we approach on this?
You may. This recording is going on, so let's wait. Did you get it off?
Recording stopped.
Dane, you may not ask that question. Please continue.
I'll move on. In the May 5th, 2022 case, where Amir was shot in the process of an armed robbery, was he alone?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever get any contact from the Atlanta Police Department regarding Amir Rosario in relation to this case?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. And as far as you know, has anyone attempted to match the shell casings from the crime scene in Decatur to this case?
No, sir.
And was Brandon Williams ever a suspect in the case involving Amir in Decatur?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi, how you doing?
Now, Detective, you said that the shell casings that were located at the scene were 9mm shell casings, correct?
Correct.
And did you participate in entering those into the NIBIN database?
I do not do that. Our crime scene unit does that.
Okay, but you're aware they were entered into the NIBIN database?
Yes.
And just briefly, so I'm explaining it right, that NIBIN database enters in shell casings to see if it matches to any other crimes that would have occurred?
Yes, NIBIN testing is kind of like APHIS is for fingerprints. It will run a computer analysis to see if those shell casings matched any other shell casings involved from other jurisdictions.
And are you aware that though those shell casings came back to other related crimes, they did not come back to the February shooting of Mr. Arnold in Atlanta?
I'm not aware of any of the results. That would have gone to the lead detective.
Understood.
Yeah.
Would it also have gone to the district attorney's office if they were handling any cases related?
Yes, it should.
Okay. And even if you did not have any contact with the Atlanta Police Department, are you aware of the DeKalb DA's office having conversations with our DA's office here in Fulton County?
I'm not aware of any of those conversations.
Okay, so then you are not aware of it being shared that the NIBIN hits did not include hits to this case?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. No further questions.
May this witness be excused?
Oh. Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
You may be excused, Detective. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Does Defendant Williams have any more witnesses?
No, we rest, Your Honor.
What about Defendant Ross?
Rest, Your Honor.
Okay. We need to discuss jury charges and other matters. I'm going to excuse the jury for the day. We'll come back tomorrow with closing arguments at 10 a.m. Please have a good evening. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Recording stopped.